Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, January the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you guys in the main room, and also thank you, Snowman, in our YouTube room, letting me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Good and a good day to you, Ozzy. William, I don't know if you read my comment. Oops, what's wrong with my pre-market actives down? RGNX just got slammed down. FDA halt, an FDA halt. Their trial, I guess. So RGNX. I don't know what you think about this one. I don't know if you heard me or not heard me. And I posted something about it earlier. I don't know if you want to do any looking at this one to see if it has any bounce credentials. Potentially. But wow, what a drop! 32% now. So what else is going? Now this one I don't quite get. This is an uplisting to Nasdaq. Go AI, great name, Go AI. So this is an uplisting to Nasdaq. It hit $50, and it is pulling back now to 22 or 20, only up 266%. So it's going to be a wild one. Well, it already is a wild one. Pretty good volume already. Obi, I remember you talking about this one yesterday. Our MRNO, when this was under $1, I think it was under $1. Where did it close at? It closed at $1.35. Yeah, I remember you said something about a penny popper. Wow, look at it now. MRNO. And I don't see any news on it. Maybe the news hit yesterday. I can't see the news of yesterday for the MRNO. Low float, 1.4 million in the float. What a move. Moment. Okay, just had to rearrange something in my other monitor. Excuse me. PDYN. Somebody said it was a $100 million order. I don't see that number, but I'm sure it is. Awarded a U.S. Air Force contract to advance swarming capabilities. Okay. So that is PDYN. It's still kind of holding its gains. In fact, it is holding its gains. It almost got up to $10, right to about $9.97. So it's still up in that area. Not a low float, 34 million in the float, not a low float. I mean, it's low, but it's not crazy low. So there's OND. It's still up there. Yeah, it's still up there too. So it's Optimus drone approved for rapid federal procurement. Okay. So that is ONDS. This, we don't see too many earnings plays in here, but especially the more expensive ones. But look at LRN. This is an earnings play, guys. LRN is an earnings play. And what a move, 22%, 42 million in the float. Again, not high, but look at that move by LRN. Released earnings after hours yesterday. That move area on my 15-minute chart. That is the after-hour action. And after hours, it did get up to 101, so it's pulled back quite a bit, but it's still up 22% right now. So, boy, that is a big move for LRN. That is an earnings play. And on the flip side, as QRVO is an earnings play also. And this is broken down. Well, it was challenging the 200-day moving average. Excuse me, for the last few days, that green line on my chart. Challenging it. But this is an earnings play, and this is down 10% on earnings, QRVO. Yeah, the GRI went up and the GRI went down. GRI went way up, 1187. Basically cut right in half. Delivers additional data from phase 2A study. And, the initial reaction, of course, was okay. But really selling off now, and a very low float, 497,000 in the float. William, going over 90,000. Yes, it is. Okay, 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 William. Yeah, RGNX. I'll just type it in, RGNX. Okay, RGNX. The FDA has put a clinical hold on their gene therapies. Okay, FDA clinical hold on their gene therapies, and that is RGNX. Well, this is when Skyworks is on the move down. I thought maybe it was an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. SWKS on the way down. You can see it right here, SWKS. I thought maybe it was, again, an earnings play, but nope. Skyworks, what do they do? Development, manufacture, and provision of analog and mixed signal semiconductor products, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, aerospace, okay. Better than, yeah, we've got the two terms, the biofail and the biofizzle, the ones that really pop, like the GREE. The GREE was a biofizzle. Big pop, fizzle. Now, will it fizzle for the whole day? Don't know. It is an uplisting from maybe it was a pink sheet stock before, but it was approved for listing on NASDAQ. I think it was an uplisting. Yeah, Eva Live. So let's see, the company Eva currently trading. Yeah, so it's been uplisted to yeah, to NASDAQ. It was a pink sheet stock. No shorts available for me. I'll bet. I'll bet a juicy short. ONDS, guys, continues to make its move. Now the high, 1332 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. 1333 to be exact. If it can take that out, 1436. So we'll still have a dollar if it could take that next high out. It's only up seven. I think it's a big float too. Yeah, look at that. It's a big float, 434 million. So this is not one of these low float stocks that are just. It's only up 8%. Of course, today, guys, we've got a 2 and a 2:30. So we've got the minutes, FOMC minutes at 2, and then the presser at 2:30. Okay, let's see. AMA, AHMA. Let's see what this one is doing. Before I do that, though, AZI, you can see this one popping up. Shareholders announced plans to invest up to $30 million in share repurchase, I guess. Okay, or purchase. Beta, okay. Thank you, PJ. AZI, what did we get up to? 386, pulled back down to 3, underneath the VWAP now. Underneath the VWAP. Then the HMA, wow, what a move. Um, This is there's not a stack. Okay, low float out of the UAE. Okay, low float, massive move. This has been really. I mean, 2 weeks ago, it's been kind of holding the gains. You know, 3 weeks ago, yeah, 3 weeks ago, this was a $5 stock, and it hit $41 this morning in the pre-market. So some of these, like the XHLD, they're just, you know, I don't know. Maybe they did a financing. This was a this was yesterday's news, unconfirmed rumor. Traders circulating, mentioned in a popular traders Discord group. Okay, that was, I guess, the reason for the big hype yesterday. Gits, another one that just trading off. Big day yesterday. So this is a cannabis play, FLGC. So they announced the withdrawal of a proposed public offering. Usually the market likes that. Yeah, usually the market likes that. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. Announced the withdrawal of the proposed public offering of common shares. Normally, this is not the reaction. There must be something else going back on. There must be something else going on. Thank you, Obi. Wow. Yeah, in October. I had to wait a while, but it was this. So Obi's telling us that this was an IPO from the UAE at $4, 1.5 million shares. Yeah, I can't explain that reaction. Normally, when they yank a financing, the market likes that. Well, maybe there's something else. Now, somebody asked about did you misspell the name? Well, okay. So, I want to look at what William is talking about. For RGNX, back of the envelope, $3. Okay, mostly in cash. Company has revenue, but loses money and bleeds cash. They have three different products in their pipeline. One is under the FDA filling, another is late stage. They likely bounce well before hitting my back of the envelope target. So, okay, thank you, William, because that would mean another $6 down. Okay, thank you, much appreciated. I'll keep an eye on that one. All right. So somebody asked about. I think they said TRX, but they may have meant. I'm sorry, TRIX, which are not for kids. Yeah. So 161. You asked about TIRX. Did you mean TRX? I don't see TIRX anywhere. What about it? Well, if that's the one you're talking about, TIRX. Oh, I see. Okay, TIRX. So there is a TIRX. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. There is a TIRX. You're right. Thank you, Obi. Well, no, I don't look at the ones under a dollar, but I mean, obviously, I have 129%. I don't know, 4 million shares have traded, 5 million in the float. So, um, what are they called? So, Swift start to invest $80 million at $1.50 a share under a new strategic memorandum of understanding. Okay, well, there's your news. a proposed deal. Little bit wary of this, when it says $1.50 and the stock is still sitting here. But that is your news. Every morning when I pour my coffee, I'm always petrified. I haven't secured the lid when I'm pouring it into my cup, and what could happen. Anyway, um, yeah, I did see feed. Is it still here? Yeah, there it is. I did see feed a little earlier. And let's see. Signs a distribution agreement with You Deliver. You Deliver. Okay. Over the counter reusable syringes. Wow. Okay. Well, the next high is about two, and another low floater, 1 million in the float. Again, so there is a high, $2 approximately for the feed. That's the next high looking left. So, again, if you're looking for something a little more, well, less, well, you know what? It's only got 42 million in the float. LRN, it's only has 42 million. But I don't know, maybe we're looking at a fade from here. I mean, it's starting to turn down, obviously. It's still at 24%. It's an earnings play. It is an earnings play, LRN. Trading higher if the company reported better than expected Q2. And that's the big one. And issued Q3 sales guidance above estimates. That's the big one. It's nice to have a better than expected previous quarter, but when you're guiding higher for the next one, that's what the market likes to see. UPS really hasn't moved. UPS was also an earning. I'm sorry, it was not an earnings play. I thought it was an earnings play. They got 30,000 jobs. 30,000. Something to do with because their deal with Amazon is done. All right, let me figure this out. JP Morgan's upgrading that. Oh, well, this is Truist raising their price target from 120 to 130. JP BMO um, maintained a market perform. That doesn't help. Deutsche Bank from 88 to 106. Okay, well, it's right there. That was my JP Morgan also. Eiffel maintains a buy, raises the market to not market, the price target to 116. Oppenheimer. So a lot of analysts are pouring into this one. Corporate America continues job cuts. So, boy, so Amazon's also cutting. But am I right or wrong? So maybe somebody can. I could have sworn I saw that they're cutting 30,000 jobs at UPS. Guys, we're talking about sound earlier, SOUN. So pop rock stings Five Guys. I mean, that's a burger joint in your country. I don't think we have five somebodies in our country. I think they might be in Canada also. We have five somebodies. That is a burger joint also. All right, guy. Wow, 9:20 already. So let me just take a quick look with the Dow being down so much yesterday. Just want to take a look at oops, look at energy. So energy is still zipping. Let's take a look at utility or dividend. Well, utilities. Okay, so it's still above the 200 day. Probably everything is still above. Healthcare though took a bit of a hit with UNH going down, but it's still above. I think everything is still way above the 200 day moving average. So what I'm going to do now, I'll get my layout that I use, my 930 layout up and running. PDYN still hanging around the 10 level, guys. PDYN, I do not believe is short. It's shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No, they don't have shorts available readily. Okay, so I'm going to save my layout as always. I actually think they're in. I think they're in Canada. The five guys. Hey Gemini, are the five guys burger chain? Are they in Canada?
Yes, they definitely are. Five Guys has a significant presence in Canada, with dozens of locations spread across.
There we go. I know I've seen it in Vancouver. Did I tell you I love Gemini? All right, guys, give me one moment. Let's see what I want to do is click on the show all. All right, so these are the top six. The other layout had the top 15 in terms of percentage moves. Okay, so this now, yeah. So anything new in here? I don't see. No, we talked about every one of these. The GOAI, the MRNO, the feed, the PDYN, the AZ, and then yeah, earnings play, LRN. Pick on Dan Day. Beefs and bouquets, guys. So the market now, yeah, I mean, remember today is FOMC day at 2 o'clock. The minutes, 2:30 the presser. So I don't think anybody's expecting anything. Certainly no rate cuts. Well, how clever are you, William, combining the beefs and the bouquets? Where do you see the 100 million? I keep looking for it. I'm sure we see somewhere. Usually they put that front and center. Oh, it's not 100. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I see what you mean now. Okay. I thought you meant when I read it quickly, I thought you meant they had $100 million, up to $100 million order, one of those, the up to. Okay. So they didn't publicize the size of the contract. Okay. Well, I did check. I mean, I put it up. It's being under a dollar. I'm not, it's here. It's 103%. Um, this is to me the sketchy part of it. The investing 80 million at $1.50 a share and the stock's at 65 cents. That's the sketchy part of it. But anyway, it is what it is. That's the news on it. The IRX, huge volume, 108 million, low float, 5.6. But it's China stock, so take it for what it is. Facing delisting also. Well, I mean, it's one of those. It's a Nasdaq stock, right? Yeah. So typically not eligible for company compliance period because the company effective reverse split over prior 1 year. Okay. I don't know now if that. I know they were talking about how companies could not have several reverse splits within a year. No trades for you at the open. Okay. So are you not going to, you're sort of not going to be around. You're going to be in and out, William? What you're saying? The RGNX, take a look. This is the one that got just slammed. FDA put a clinical hold, but it's had a nice bounce. I mean, what did it get down to 850? Fiber optic. I thought you lived in the middle of nowhere on a farm. How are you getting fiber optic? Well, that's got to cost whoever your provider is. That's got to cost them a bunch. But I've had fiber optic for years now. It's pretty reliable. Well, actually, for uploading, it's of course it's awesome if you do a lot of uploading, which I'm sure you don't. But so keep it. Yeah, the PDYN. I mean, it's not shortable for me. It does look like it's running out of steam, but PDYN, and now we're open. Oop, sorry about that. We are now open. So let's have a great trading, everybody. Typically, do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Well, there it goes. I mean, there goes RGNX. Why did I listen to William? I was waiting for $3. This is a nice bounce. A nice bounce. Look at that. Look at the volume coming in. Now, is the bounce short-lived? I mean, it is now through the 200-day moving average. Do you have shorts, Grumpy, for PDYN? There's the USAR again, USAR. Look at this. I mean, it's like that. Your government said they were investing what at 1.5 billion or 8 billion or something like that. And this is just I mean, this is a big drop. I mean, that was the announcement day right here. So it's almost at the low of yesterday. Yeah, good call on that one, Grumpy. I just didn't have shares available. Well, you know what? I think what's happened is they've become available. 17,000. They've become available, and I can see some short covering. There's 19,000. When I'm sure when I looked, there were none available. You know, there's only 18,000 right now, and it is right sitting on the VWAP. Now, a lot of short covering. Look at that. A lot of short covering now. This is at Interactive Brokers. Okay, I should explain. This is my. It tells me how many shares are available to short. So you can see how that number. I mean, that went from 18 to 45,000. So that means in Interactive Brokers there was a lot of short covering. You know, people saying, okay, let's take profit on the 10 to 9 drop. Another one capitulating is ONDS. Give me a moment, guys. I did something. I accidentally got rid of something. Okay. Intel, guys. So Intel's having a little bit of a actually that's a big move, you know. In this race, anything over 1% is a big move in this race. It's a large cap race. Look at Intel moving. INTC. Look at Intel moving, guys. Well, if you held on to PBYN, look at this now. So there have been shares snapped up. Remember the last time we looked, it was 45. This is the Interactive Brokers, okay? 45,000 shares. Now there's only 11,000. So a bunch were snapped up, maybe on the break of the VWAP. See if this goes to zero. I may be wrong. I could have sworn though pre-market. Maybe somebody can help me on that who has IB. Anybody take a look to see if there were shares available to short EDYN in the pre-market? I don't recall seeing could have sworn I looked and it said none were available. Were there shares available at W. Harrison in the pre-market? No, I'm not talking E-Trade. I'm talking Interactive Brokers. No. I again, okay. I'm only talking about Interactive Brokers. I'm okay. I just wanted to know if there were shares available in the pre-market for that one in Interactive Brokers. Because I could have sworn I looked and there weren't any. All right, QBTS. What's the next high? $26. So, and I don't like trading in the first 15, as you know. So, I don't. I'm pretty sure Ahmed it wasn't available in the pre-market. Look at this one. I was thinking about this. Perhaps a fade, LRN, but pretty jumpy. But this is an earnings play. LRN is an earnings play, and it is starting to fade a little bit. It's underneath the VWAP. LRN is an earnings play. Boy, it is really dropping now. Okay. I see GOAI was halted and probably on the way down, right? GOAI halted on the way down. This is an uplisting from the pink sheets. Okay, we have here this one, CGAU, a gold play. Speaking of gold, let's see what it's doing, okay? Before, this is an AI alert, but I want to see what gold is doing, just the sector is doing. So the sector is, okay, so the sector is positive. How's silver doing? I looked at it in the pre-market, it wasn't doing much. Silver wasn't doing much, but it's popping. Yeah, it's moving again. So silver's moving again. Had a little pullback day. Yeah, had a little bit of a pullback day yesterday, but it closed at the high. It did close at the high. Actually, did not. It did not actually did not have a pull. It actually closed positive yesterday after being down a little bit. So this is a lifetime high. Yeah. So this is a lifetime high now for CGAU, and they're out of Toronto. So Canadian gold company. So this is a lifetime high. RGNX, what a bounce. What a bounce. Well, obviously the next high looking left is 14, but it got hammered down because the FDA basically put the stop. FDA pausing 2 drug development programs, not just one. Another is a China stock, another education stock. EDU is it's an earnings play. It's like the pre-market high was around $63, 63.78. Well, I can give it to you, 161. Okay, I'll just share it with you. You can have it. Okay, and then you can make adjustments if you want. If you go to my homepage, I usually do this around 10 o'clock, but for you, I'll make an exception. Okay, so go to my homepage and scroll down a bit. So you see the scan section right here. And here it is. The large cap gain is from the start of the race. Okay, that's it. Now, when you load it, your race will start at 9:40. Okay, when you load it, 9:40 Eastern time. So you're not going to see Intel or IAG. You'll start to see the winners after you load it. In other words, your race is starting when you load it. I don't know why it gets all jumbled like that every now and then. Okay. Oh, this one from yesterday, the VTIX. So look what's happening with this one. I mean, this one got up to, what was it, $92, closed down here at 23. So it's just a little bit less than the closing price. Wild one, of course. HIMS, let's see what's happening with HIMS, HIMS, HIMS. This was 60 odd dollars right up here. What a drop in the last few months for HIMS, HIMS. So silver play here, metals play here, silver or precious metal play here, HPM. Remember RR from yesterday, the big deal, the big day it had yesterday, RR. It actually was a good day because look what it did. It closed right at the high, almost right at the high, but it is starting to give it up. They're doing a private placement, $38 million private placement. So that is the reason why it's dropping. So they're raising money. Yeah, the SPY has been right at the VWAP. There's that purple line on my SPY chart. So let's take a look at the PDYN. Oh, here's Xerox. Xerox was about $5 the last time I saw it. Oh, less than that, even less than that. This is, guys, this is Xerox, okay? $2 stock. Xerox board approved a pro rata distribution of warrants for series, et cetera, et cetera. So that's causing the stock to pop a bit. This is Xerox. Okay, so this is a little bit different. I mean, they're saying this company was founded in 2019. So I don't know, maybe this is sort of a big spin-off from what I'm thinking of. Obviously, Xerox has been around before 2019. Well, RGNX guys, what a bounce. What a bounce. So I wanted to put PDYN up. Wanted to see how it looks regarding, yeah. So riding the wave, I mean, it's still underneath the VWAP, but that, if you hadn't taken anything off, this is when I would start to take some off. That little move here, it still hasn't turned blue, but well, it depends when you got in, Vito. I mean, it really depends when you got into the trade. I mean, you're always if you have a buy and it cross, well, you should be aware the VWAP could stall it. I mean, that's what the VWAP could do. So if a stock is below the VWAP and it's rising into it, that's when you might start to think, okay, see what happens, see if it actually stalls it. Access if you're a VWAP player, not everybody is. Hey, Velo, what could happen with the Velo? The Velo next high is, wow, 18. There's room for Velo, VELO. Let's see if it stays around this area. Don't like the spread right now, 50, 67. It's not horrible if it's going to move a dollar, but remember the VWAP is just, a lot of people don't care about the VWAP. Okay, Vito. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule of any of this. If you were, but here's Velo right here, okay, as an example. Some might wait to see if Velo could pull back into the VWAP, number one, even though, but it depends where you're in the trade. You're in really early and you're riding the wave, you just let it ride. But, some might look at this and go, okay, let's see if it pulls back into the VWAP area, see if the VWAP holds it, acts as support, and then bounces, okay? But there's no hard and fast rule to any of this. I mean, you know, I'm not saying everybody has, there'd be too many, but there are all sorts of different trading styles. Ah, kind of like this one, but 0744 bid ask. No thanks. No, 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 no more. I'm just talking to my cat. All right, maybe keep an eye on Saro here. SARO 3344 is the next high looking left. Standard arrow. No, the spread's pretty good. Well, it's great. 2 cent spread just over the whole number. It's down for the day. Sort of missed it. Well, maybe not. Okay, so it's pulled back a little bit, 32.09, 32.10 for the SARO, SARO. If there's any news on this, are trading lower after the company announced the price. Oh, so it's doing a secondary at 31. I'll probably disregard it then. They're doing a secondary at $31. It's a little bit above the secondary, raising a lot of money. 50 million shares at $31. They're raising a lot of money. So at least it's over the secondary price. Oh boy. I hope you, yeah, no kidding on the yes. I would even add a few more yeses or S's to that. PDYN. I'm surprised there's still a lot of shares now. There's been a lot of short covering and more short covering at Interactive Brokers. Okay, this is all I'm looking at is Interactive Brokers. 95,000 shares now available. Yeah, actually, I didn't even see that. So the AI looked at Regenerex, RGNX, and said, okay, that bounces over. So if I mean, if you took this one, there's your level that might be support. The VWAP right around the $10 level. So I mean, if you took this one on the short, you might I'd be definitely aware of what could happen around 10. Well, when the spread is wide, it just makes it it's hard to commit to buying anything. And it's if you ask, well, what is a wide spread? It all depends on the price of the security, of course. Good spread, 2 cents. Here's another one announcing a $75 million financing, ALT. Yeah, I mean, if you looked at Apple and it had even a 50-cent spread, you go, well, okay, but look at the price of Apple versus a $1 stock that would have a 50-cent spread, bid one 150 ask. I mean, it makes it very untradeable. Okay, guys, this one could get interesting. APLS, the high over here is 2309, so it's above that. So the high right there is 2646 or so, 2650. So there is a lot of room for APLS to move if it wants to continue going. Hmm. Okay, guys, I'm just eyeballing this APLS. Okay, Okay, guys, I'm in the APLS. Okay, I just want to see if it what sort of move it can still have. I was for maybe a little bit of a pullback, but I like the idea of all that room it's got. I'm not telling anybody to buy it. You see, that's the frustrating part. You know, the Wi-Fi, I liked it. Remember what the spread was like? It was about a 40-cent spread. It's tightened up a little bit now, but I just could not commit to it. That's the problem because you might say, okay, spread's pretty good, but you know what? They could just yank that bid and widen that spread. See if I can induce this up just a little bit more. All right, guys, 9:57. So just waiting a couple more minutes to go over my homepage. All the information you can have on my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Give me one moment, guys. I'm just maybe dumping my APLS long. Yeah, I mean, it got very spready. All right, out of it. I might take a look at it later. Gets back up to that 20. I had a little bit of profit in it, but not enough. I wanted more, so no harm though. What's my homepage? Okay, what time is it? Okay, might as well do it now. 9:59. So, all right. So let's take a look at my homepage, including the information that I'm sharing, like the scans and races, etc. Yeah, don't do this to me. When you create a symbol in this video, you have to add it. You have to attach it to either a top list window or an alert window in order to monitor it. Okay, we went over this yesterday, didn't we? You have to attach, and it's in the guide. You have to attach it. So right click. So if you create an alert window or a top list window, how you want to monitor your symbol list. Once you do that, then you right click and configure. and symbol lists and add existing lists. Click on that. Make sure you have to click on it, left click on it, and get it over into this column right here. Okay, and then once you do that, little drop down menu, only the following list, and you check it. You check it. So now it's attached. Okay, it's attached to however you want to monitor it, either in an alert window or a top list window. Ali Wong, I don't know. I mean, I'm on a development version and it's very, it's pretty stable. I don't know. So you're talking about the latest beta? Maybe go to the production version. I can't really answer that. I don't really know if there's a more stable version, because I don't have I don't have glitches really. So I can't really help you there. Maybe Pepe, if you go to the support, I don't, Pepe, I don't want to burden you, but asking for a version that has no glitches. Probably the production version on the homepage as opposed to the beta, maybe. I just don't have I just don't have an answer. Okay, guys. So looking at my homepage link, let me do it again. So looking at my homepage link, let's take a look. And here's the information that I'm currently sharing. Not so much this, we'll get to the scan section. But if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can use Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter whether you pick our standard service or our premium service. So remember, 15% off if you take out a monthly subscription, it's 15% off the first month only. And all I ask, please use my code. If you're going to take out a subscription, it'll change from time to time. So it could be sometime in the future. The reason why is that I moderate two rooms, the YouTube room and then the trading room. So the more the company sees that people are using my code, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So a segue, if you are in YouTube right now and you're looking for a more active room, you can come into this room. It's free also, the trading room. There's a lot more interaction amongst traders in this room, the trading room. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. So if you're looking for some, ideas being tossed around in the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi. I'm going to thank you every day. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't do it because I live in Vancouver, Canada. So a little bit early, that would be 3:45 my time. So Obi opens this room at 6:45 a.m. I get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock. Now, I usually go sometime between 2 and 2:30, and that's when I leave. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But even when I leave, now I'm not sure, William, if your fiber is going to be connected today by that time. But most of the time, William in the trading room will keep the room open after I leave. And that'll be up to him. Okay, so that is trading room. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas education section, that's the first thing you must do. Go to the education section, and you'll see right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. This is a 12 short videos to get you started. Obviously, it's not going to make you an expert in Trade Ideas. Shoot, look at the APLS now. Why'd you have to be a little bit? Oh well. Yeah, so 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, and remember, these are free rooms. You don't have, nobody has to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in either the YouTube or the trading room. But if you're wondering about the program, you can start off with that second video and go to the last one. It should give you an idea about whether or not something you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. The month is just month to month, so you can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. If you're new to trading, excuse me, 15 short, 50, I don't know how short they are, but 15 videos, all free if you are new to trading. And I forgot to do this. So if you're on my homepage, okay, you can scroll down a little bit more. You can get the trade of the week right here. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And now the scans and all. They're not technically all scans. This is a race. This is a compare count window, etc. But this is what I'm currently sharing. Okay, so here's the large cap gainers from the start of the race is right here. This is the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside is here. Pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Okay, so that's what I. Now, what you. I also have another race that I'm sharing. I don't have it up and running. This is a way more volatile race. You can get moves that are 10, 15%, but because of that volatility, they can drop very quickly. Also, ah, frustrating. The APLS knocked me out of the trade, but now it's right back up. So I have to make up. Have a decision now. I am sharing these other three scans here. You can take a look at them. I don't have them up and running. The momentum, the gap scan, and the epi combo scan. So if you have any questions about the scans or about trade ideas, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just looking at this DXYZ. Well, I remember BNAI finally had a big pullback yesterday. Let's see what it's doing right now. I mean, oh, wow, people are talking about it. Well, how do I view it? I mean, 3 million in the float. I wish I were in it down here. But if you're looking, at an area where it might bounce, I mean, there's the VWAP right there. It's $6 from it, but it could, maybe the VWAP holds it. And yes, when you see that little buy flag over here, that was an AI alert on this day. That was like around, I want to say December 26th, and around $5. Didn't do anything for a long time. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And then boom on that day and continuation. If they all work like that, well, so got fairly close to the VWAP and bouncing, but we actually had some news. Okay, reporting 1.5. Whoops, reporting $1.46 million in cash proceeds from their warrant exercises. That's the news today for it. So you're on the beta, Pepe. Okay. Okay, good. I'm glad you're getting. Getting the hang of it, Frito-Lay. It was halted on the way up, okay, but it just resumed. Again, this is an uplisting from the pink sheets. That's why it looks so crazy. Oh no, that's a short. I'm looking at some of the re-entries now. Okay, guys, here's DraftKings DKNG. Let's see what this one is doing. Now, coming right into some highs right there in the daily, and the next high is 31.46. So, not a ton of room. Not a ton of room. All right, this one is popping here. This KXIN is really popping here. Volume like, yeah, pretty good. 12 times normal. Really popping. I don't see any news on it. Not something must have hit. Something must have hit because it looks like it's going to get halted. Look at that. I'm sure it's going to get halted. Oh, I'm wrong. Typically, when a stock moves that much and then all of a sudden the spread is like, you know, 1 or 2 cents, it usually gets halted. But wow, now look at the spread. That's a bad spread. 1361, 1420. That's a bad spread. And you know, with 950,000 in the float. Well, you know, SKM, it's it may be yeah, it's Chris is I mean it may be because not many are having this well, not many are emailing the company. Okay. So Chris can only go by if we're not getting if you're the I mean I don't want to say you're the only one. Obviously there is an issue, but if Chris is not getting a lot of emails on it, then but it could be that people are sitting out there with the problem, but just not emailing. Do we have signal screen? I don't know what that means, Ahmed. Yeah, SPY is sliding now a little bit. EXTR, what sort of room does it have? The monthly chart, 1322. Yes, it has room. So I don't know what you mean by signal screen. Kind of watching this EXTR. It came out of a bit of a consolidation and drop as a potential short for me. Frustrating. I was in you. This one, the APLS. Well, it depends what you mean by a spike. I mean, a new high of the day. It could be that could be a spike. New high of the day, Ahmed. I mean, not something that's if something spiked up or down. Well, I mean, a new high of the day. It could be on a spike. All depends what you mean by a spike. I mean, we have a running up, running down, things like that. That is something you might want to look at. That's a real time alert. Running up, running down. Ah, I'm going to have to stop being ticked off about my APLS long. Just got the premium. Okay, Lucas. Well, not a great day so far for our AI, but you know what? They can set up. Let me show you how I think you should be looking at our AI if you're interested. Okay, so I have to ask a question now, Lucas. If you have no idea of the platform, why would you take out a subscription? I'm not trying to be mean, but if you have no idea of the platform, why would you take out a subscription? Just out of curiosity. Okay, well, you're in the right room. I mean, but the first thing you should do, Lucas, is this, just to get you at least somewhat, okay, somewhat understanding what the program can do. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link and go down to the education section, click on the more info. If you haven't done this yet, this is sort of a mandatory thing to do. Okay, the getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started, okay? If you haven't done this, please do this first. So you have at least an idea about, what is an alert window, what's a top list, introduction to charts, things like that. That's the first thing you must do. It won't take you long. Otherwise, you'll be very frustrating. Ah, I do remember Hurt TV. Yeah, you were the one talking about ONDS. Yeah, well, congrats. All right, how about this one? NTSK, just over the whole number of 16. Where could it go? The next high looking left has some room. 1671 was the high yesterday. So, okay, guys, this could be interesting. It's on the run here, a little bit of on the run. It has a room looking left. I'm not in love with the spread. I mean, that's not horrible. I just don't want it to widen though. 1924. I mean, it's not terrible. How is APLS? Well, it's awesome. I'm not in it anymore. I took a loss on it. Unfortunately, I was in down in this area and I got knocked out right around here, but it is awesome now. But you can't, I mean, I wouldn't take it now. I mean, you'd be chasing it. It's always a frustrating, but I have to obey my rules. Okay. I have to obey my rules. And, I had a little bit of profit in it back up here. And then it did this and the spread got terrible. The spread is okay now. But the spread got terrible on me. And, you know, we could have seen a spread of like 22.80, 23.40. Is there any way to refresh the scanner from the day before? This is from Vincenzo in Vincenzo or Vicenzo. Um, Now, when you say refresh the scanner, you can check the previous day's alerts if that's what you're looking for by doing a history. So, for instance, if I wanted to see a history in this alert window, okay, of what happened yesterday, I right click history yesterday as an example. If that's what you're talking about, I'm talking to Vicenzo in our YouTube room. If that's what you're talking about, oh, Vincenzo, you should shut down trade ideas every evening, okay, and start fresh every day, okay? Okay, good. You should shut down trade ideas every evening and then start fresh in the morning, okay? Because I mean, what you could do, but what's going to happen is you're going to clear everything. Like today's signals also, if you right click and clear, but that's going to clear everything, not just yesterday. Okay. So, so please listen, not just to you, but trade ideas really, you have to shut trade ideas down every single day and start with a clean slate in the morning. Okay. Not just for that reason, but there are other things that could go on because, the platform goes through on the server overnight. Okay. So Ron, I'm going to show you on the guide. Okay. Because you should know because there could be other questions you might have about the racing, etc. So let me just I want to show you my homepage link. Okay. So this is for people because I'm gonna go over this race. But if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top is the guide, the user guide. And there's a whole section on stock racing. Okay, whole section right here on stock racing, how you can set up your own race with your own set of parameters. Give me one moment, please. One moment, please. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So in the guide, so that's a whole section on the guide, okay? On the guide on TI stock racing is right here. But to show you quickly, so I'm going to duplicate this race because I don't want to overwrite it. So I'm going to duplicate the race. So when you loaded a race, obviously it wasn't my race. But so if you click on the square, that's going to stop the race. It's going to stop it. And then when you right click, show race setup. So here's how you can adjust your time. You know, I am running 4-minute races. Don't ask, I mean, why? That's what I picked. Okay, that's just what I picked. And what else can you do? If you want the race to start when you load trade ideas in the morning, you can just go click on that auto start on load. Okay, so that means that the race will start. So the race will work in the pre-market. I have decided to auto start at time, which is 9:30. Okay, that's just me. Doesn't have to be you guys. Okay, and everything else I wouldn't worry about. But these are probably the two. There's the race time, and then whenever you want it to start. Okay. Well, and again, the only reason I show the guide because you might forget something, okay? And at least you can go to the guide, and there's that whole section, and there could be other things you might want to do. So that's why I always want to make sure people understand they can. The guide is a great reference tool, and you don't have to know. Nobody has to learn everything that's in that user guide, okay? Just treat it like any other software program. Most software programs have huge user guides. You don't have to learn everything that's in a guide in order to use a program. Impossible to know, Lucas, was because people trade it in different ways. Okay, so there's no such thing. Wow, it's very active today too. It's interesting. Yesterday only had 2 alerts all day. Um, I use the AI like a watch list. Okay, it's that simple. So I will follow. Like I don't use the AI when I say don't use it. I mean I'm monitoring it every day, but not necessarily do I take trades from it every day. It has to set up the way I like it. So consequently, my success on the AI could be completely different from yours or anybody else's. You really, you have to have some trading experience. Okay, guys, you know what? 10:30. So I'm going to do this right now. As I said, I like to do this every single day, especially for if you're new to this. This is maybe an interesting way to take a look at trade ideas. So if I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, and then I'm going to click on docked or channel bar, docked channel bar, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. These are theme-based channels. If I click on the show more, I'm going to go down to the bottom here, and the sector status channel. Watch what happens. Okay, so these are in this top list window. These are the sectors that we are following. Okay, is every single sector here? No, of course not. But these are the sectors that we're following. So the top sector today, right now, is gold. GLD. It's up 1.9%. Here's the semis. What this is basically, call it 50-50. So what that means is that 50% of the ETFs that are in this sector, top list, are up for the day, 50% are down for the day. So you can very quickly find out what the top sector is, right? Look at NLR. This is the nukes and uranium sector. Okay. If I go all the way down here, OIH, the oil services. This is the worst sector so far today as we're looking at this. So, if you're looking at, if you have a stock that happens to be in the sector and you want to go long, well, you're going against the trend, as an example. Okay, so that's a quick way to see what the top sectors and the top performing sector of the day is versus the worst performing sector of the day is. Okay, now we do have not every one of these sectors do we have a top list for. You could create your own. But let's take a look at some of them, okay? And what I like to do, though, so look at this, XLC Communications, okay? 88% are up for the day, only 11% are down. So the top one is T. Is that your AT&T? Yeah, AT&T. Don't know if it's an earnings play. So AT&T is up 4.5%. That's a big move with that sort of a float, okay? And it's an earnings play. But what could be also interesting is, well, most of the stocks in this sector are up. What's the worst one? It's Disney. I mean, it's not down a huge amount, but it's down 0.1%. Disney, as an example. But what if Disney were down like 10% or 4%? You'd want to look at it. It's running counter to the sector. Anything else could be interesting, but you could go through each sector and just say, okay, well, here's energy. Top one is TRGP. Worst one is Schlumberger, SLB. Consumer staples, 50-50. Nothing really exciting there, but here's Dollar Tree down, 1.8%. So this is something that some of you, this may be all you do. This may be the only way you use trade ideas. Just checking the sectors, maybe trying to figure out, maybe do I take the top performer or short the worst performer, things like that. Okay. And again, that is the sector status channel. So that conversation between Pepe and SKM, this is really just affecting Brokerage Plus, right? Because it's certainly not affecting me. Yeah, well, Bjorn, that was a crazy stock. That was an uplisting from the pink sheets, Go AI. Okay, so yeah, free to lay. So like I never use the surfing, but if I do use the surfing, okay, so I've currently idea surfing. So let's say it's surfing into this one, this stock right there. Okay. And remember the surfing works this way. If any top list window that you have It'll look at the top 3 as you have them sorted in a top list window, then it'll move on to the next top list window, etcetera. If you have a price alerts window, it'll look at your price alerts, okay, things like that. So, it's just doing it all automatically. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, William. But if you wanna pause it, you just go to the chart you just go to the chart, okay? Is that what you mean? You just go to the chart and it'll stop it. So you can because what happens is, yeah, you could see something you really want to examine the chart a lot more. You don't want it to go to the next chart. So you're sitting over here and you see ADAM and you're going, well, wait a minute, wouldn't mind seeing that one. So if you want to see this one, you just go into the chart and that'll pause it. Is that what you mean? Okay. And then the minute you leave the chart, it'll resume. If you click on a symbol, it'll stop. And of course, this is just a toggle on and off. Okay. Yeah, my are loading what I would call normally today. I know I didn't really look, first 5 minutes. Sometimes you get a log jam, but everything seems to be pretty good today. Other crazy one, KXIN just popping up to what? Up to 14 or $15 and then right back down. Well, to disable it, just take it off. I mean, this is just a toggle. If you see what I'm doing, this is just a toggle on and off. Okay. So I've turned it on. Currently, idea surfing, and then I click on it again, and now it's paused. Now surfing is stopped. If that's what you mean. But if you want it, so maybe I'm misunderstanding what you want. I mean, if you want it always surfing, well, it's not going to. The minute you're in the chart, it will not surf. But just back off it, and it'll continue to surf. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Disable this. This is just a toggle on and off. Yeah. So when you're in the chart, it'll stop surfing. See how it says watch. Okay, it says surfing right now. I'm in the chart. It'll pause it. Get out of the chart. It'll resume. It makes a lot of sense because you might see a chart and go, "Wow, I don't want it to go to the next one." Boy, look how choppy that APLS was. I mean, yeah, it would have worked if I'd held on to it, but look how choppy. Boom, all the way down again. And this was shortable for me. I didn't. What the market is doing. Well, the market's underneath the SPY anyway. Is underneath the VWAP. Yeah, not many people use the surfing feature. I'm not saying don't do it, but not many people use it. You're the first who has asked me a question about surfing in a long time. I think you asked yesterday, or somebody asked me yesterday. But You know what I find, Pepe? If you were during the pre-market, yeah, my system froze. It appears to freeze when sometimes, and rarely freezes once the market opens, but in the pre-market, that might be just coincidental. When I rapidly type a symbol in, that is sometimes when it'll freeze. I won't do it now because I did have to reload trade ideas in the pre-market, but typically that might be a reason, but you see, surfing is not necessarily something that everybody has to do free to lay. As I was saying about the guide, you don't have to learn everything that's in our user guide. Okay, think of it like this. This is my analogy. I mean, here's whoops. So here's our user guide. Now, if I said, well, you know what, before you could use trade ideas, you have to learn everything that's in the guide, every single thing that's in the guide. Well, nobody nobody would use the program. But think of it like this, and I use my analogy of MS Word. If I said to you, and look how thick the MS Word, well, I don't, it's probably all online now, but all the information that is in there. What if I said, well, you have to learn everything before you can, print or type something on the screen, change the font and all that, because that's all most people care about. How do I, how do I start a document? How do I save it? And maybe change the font or print it. That's about it. Okay, that's about it. So it's not like you have to learn everything that's in this user guide. Okay. Not really, John. I personally don't know what the popular channels are. You know, I mean, it's all, it could be on like I know we have a nuke channel, for instance, and nuclear reactors or something. So on that day, maybe that's a very popular channel. I would just take a look at them, and they're just theme based channels. So I really don't know because I don't use the channels. I only like to show that one because I think it could be very interesting to people who don't want to flit around and they're interested in just seeing the strong and weak sectors of the day. The only thing I would add is that in that channel, doc channel bar, so here's the sector status. So notice that, for instance, NLR, we don't have NLR here. That doesn't stop you or anybody, when I'm you, so the royal everybody. um, you can create your own top list window with the NLR stocks in it, okay, and create it just like this. So we don't have gold, we don't have silver, we don't have SMH, as an example. But that doesn't mean, and I think the reason was we don't want to overload the channel. These are typically, I think, what are considered the nine big sectors, right? But that doesn't stop you, and you don't have to. So, for instance, if you looked at NLR, and you could use Gemini or something to tell you, okay, what are the stocks that make up NLR? Gemini, there's An ETF for NLR. Okay. What are the stocks that make up? It's Van Eck. What are the stocks that make up NLR?
You're likely looking at the VanEck Uranium and Nuclear Energy ETF NLR. It's essentially the who's who of the nuclear power world,
So, etc.
covering
Okay.
everything from the companies
So,
mining the
right
uranium
now,
to the ones actually running the
and it's giving
reactors
me a
and
list of
building the
stocks down
technology
here.
as of
Okay.
January 2026.
So, what you could do is just take that list of stocks, create a symbol list, and then attach it to, I mean, if you want to use this format, okay, you just, so you would duplicate into a free floating window. I'm just showing, in general, how you can do something like this. This is financial, of course, but you could create a symbol list of the NLR stocks, and then you would attach it. Okay, you would have to create the symbol list of the NLR stocks. It would be added here. Then you would go add existing list, and then only the following list. And you would check on, obviously uncheck the financials and check the NLR stocks. And then, and give it another name, of course. We'll give it another name, call it the NLR stocks. But that's how you can do it. So you can go into this and create your own top list to monitor the different sectors. Okay. But if I had to, back to your question, I mean, I think Explosive Winners is probably a very popular channel, right? Explosive Winners. Um, I don't know what else would be. I mean, when crypto's hot, metals and mining. I bet you metals and mining very hot right now. The pre-market channel and the after hours channel. I mean, those are probably pretty popular. The ones moving down, the going down channel. So going down versus Explosive Winners up. Those are probably, the pretty popular channels. Yeah, the SPY is drifting down. It looked barely positive now. Again, remember, we have a FOMC day today at 2 minutes and then the oppressor at 2:30. Well, I mean, here's another one with a ton of room. Now, the problem right now going long is, we're going against the market. The market is starting to drift down. So, but here's CRK, Comstock. I mean, it's just over the whole number. Obviously, the trend is up. There's room. 24, 50 is the next. I mean, that's a ton of room to the next high on the daily, and of course the weekly. That'll be last week's high. Actually, that's last week's high, but I mean, yesterday's high is right there, so there's a lot of room. But with the market, what's happening? I mean, it's a little tough to go against the market, in my opinion, unless this stock has some specific news for it today, which I don't think it does. So you guys have been talking about calc. I haven't seen calc at all. CACL. So let's take a look at calculus. Yeah, I mean, this was not active in the pre-market. Well, it's still down. Wow, it's down 68%. I did not see this in the pre-market. Did not see it in the pre-market at all. The biggest loser was RGNX. I'm surprised I didn't see this one. What did Barry say about news? Um, I don't know if I said anything about news exactly. I just said all I said was I didn't see any. I didn't see this one in the pre-market being down like this. Alec. So okay, so a tail trader. So these are just two. I mean, I'm not sure I know what you want to do. Do you want to separate them out into a ticker list window? I mean, this, remember now what this is. These are just two competing alert windows, scans, just two competing scans. So if you wanted it, I mean, if you wanted, you could just you could just use this as an alert, two different alert windows side by side and see the tickers if that's what you want. Because that's all this is, right? It's just two different two alert windows. You know, this is just different way of presenting the data. So in the green data, if you had this separate as a a typical alert window, you would see feed, 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 and in the red you'd see VENU. It's just a different way of presenting the data. I guess you actually, in order to do it, I've never tried that, but trying to do it quickly. I'm trying to, yeah. Well, interesting. I didn't have to paste it. So this would be the movers to the upside. I didn't have to paste it in. You see? Now you might want to add some, you know, format it better. But I mean that's what this is doing now. So if you just want it like a typical alert window, here it is, as opposed to a crawling. Okay, so I'm surprised I didn't have to paste it. But okay, watch what I do. Right click in the window. Okay, go to config, click on configure, and then click on collaborate. Click on collaborate, and then copy all. Am I going too quickly? Just want to make sure. Click on the copy all. Tell trader. I just want to make sure. So when I copy all, okay, now click on new from the toolbar. Whoops, cancel out of this, and then click on new from the toolbar, and then just click on an alert window, and it's a miracle. It loads automatically. Normally, we'd have to do collaborate and paste, but it seemed to load it automatically. I don't know if that's a new feature, but okay. And then you can do the same with the no blushing. And then you can do the same with the other one. Configure, collaborate, copy all, new. Got to cancel out, so you can click on the new in the toolbar, alert window, and there you go. Now you've got now you've got like a typical alert windows or two typical scans. Okay. And you can see it's going to be, so it's just a different way of presenting the data. I can see why, some people might like this because now you can at least see the symbols. I mean, they could disappear down here. Sound alerts. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you cannot put a sound alert on this. So as far as okay, so you click on to link to interactive brokers. I mean, I can, here's how you do it. Click on tools. This is for Ahmed. Linking to interactive brokers, tools, external linking, and then just follow this. You click on add link. I'm already linked, of course. So you click on add link and then follow these instructions. So you take your mouse pointer, take your pointer and put it right into the order entry, okay, in Interactive Brokers. It should be obvious where it is. There's a little box right underneath where it says order entry. So I put my pointer right there and then I hold down the shift key and that'll select the window. That'll select it. Okay. And then there's one more step. Okay. One more step because right now rules is grayed out for me, but it won't be for you. You click on rules and then a little drop down menu and you pick Interactive Brokers Live. Now you're done. Oh, I'm sure the market is not expecting a rate cut. Okay. Now, somebody had a problem. I don't think it was you, but somebody had a problem a while back because they have a VPN. Okay. And you have to disable the VPN. It wasn't you. There was somebody else. They're trying to follow all those steps and it wouldn't work. And that's because they had a VPN. So you would have to disable. I'm not saying you do have one, but if you have a VPN or something like that, you're going to have to disable it and then do it. And then you can add it back in, get your VPN going again. Okay. But it's pretty simple. I mean, add link, put your pointer right into the order entry box in Interactive Brokers. Once it's there, then you hold down the shift key to select the window. And you'll see something that's saying it's selected. But then the other thing, you have to go to the rule and click the little down arrow and pick Interactive Brokers Live. Then you're done. That's a question I can't answer. I know it's been asked before. The Windows Snap feature, there might be a way. I don't know. I don't know if Pepe knows. I hate to, bug Pepe all the time, or maybe somebody else knows. I think I know what you're talking about. You probably only have one monitor, right? Any way to make trade ideas be friendly with the Windows Snap feature? Oh, you have two big 45. Wow, you got a lot. It seemed to block somebody last week, though, or when whoever was asking about linking, external linking. It seemed to block who I can't remember who it was, and they had a heck of a time trying to do the linking, and so it wouldn't work. And then when they disabled their VPN, it did work. So it might be different from. I can't speak that it's going to happen for everybody who has a VPN, but it seemed to be that individual's problem. Boy, PDYN continues to move down. Look how many shares now are available. Remember, there were about 18,000 at one point, and now there are 304,000. And wow. So there's been a lot of short covering at Interactive Brokers. Only with Interactive Brokers, okay? Exactly, Vito. I mean, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. I mean, that's my broker, but other brokers might, have very different numbers or none at all, okay? Centerpoint always, but didn't you say this morning, who is it, Aaron? You didn't have shorts available for something that wouldn't allow you to? BNAI, yeah. So even Centerpoint or Cobra, I can't remember who your broker is, but did not have shorts available, which is very strange. Cobra, okay. So how often is the float updated? It is updated. Well, now that we're getting our float information from that new provider, typically the float is updated every 15 days. Okay, that's sort of the industry standard. It's stupid because I mean, it should be updated every day, but and the short float percent the same thing. But we'll say every twice a month. But with our new provider, they may be giving us that information a little bit earlier or more up to date. Yeah, I don't look at squeezes like that, Vito. I mean, I don't really pay that much attention. I mean, I know Steve does. I mean, he's got some scans that have high short floats, and when they're moving, high short float percents, and then when they're moving, you can take a look and say, okay, maybe, if they've got some crazy news that's causing the stock to spike, or even if there's no news. Yeah, I mean, having a high short float percent obviously can help. Well, I mean, typically a stock with an all-time high typically will not have that high a short unless people are just, typically will not have like a high short float percent. Typically. I wouldn't pay that. I mean, I'm not saying don't pay attention to it, but people ask, is this a squeeze? Is this a squeeze? Um, I don't like to brand things like that. I mean, if it's moving and you see a high short float percent, okay, but it doesn't influence me saying, oh, I should really be in this because it's got high short for a high short float percent. Okay, well then it worked for you. Definitely worked for you. Yeah, high short float percent. You're absolutely right. It definitely worked for you, and it is near a high. I mean, there's still people out there that don't believe it. I guess you know. Oh, did you ask that question before, Frito-Lay? I'm sorry. No, so if you're talking about will the AI. Oh, okay. If the AI is not automated, if that's what you're talking about, it will not automatically take a trade. If that's what it will, there's no automation in the AI. Okay, that's it. You see here are the alerts. How you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. This will not. You'll have a. This is automatic. This will show you the alerts as they're happening, but it's not going to take the trade automatically. No. How to get Steve's scanner? Oh, I mean, I don't. He might have some. You can create your own, though, Vito. You should learn how to do stuff. I'm not, trying to be mean or anything, but create a top list with a high short float percent to see stocks that have a high short float percent. You could take the top. You hopefully you know how to create a top list. You click on new and then top list and start from scratch. Okay, say okay. So now it's empty, and then search, and you can type in float. I don't know how to get Steve Scanner. I mean, I can ask him if he's got something, and here's your short float percent. Okay, add. You can show the column or add the filter, but if you at least show the call, but add the filter. Okay, so you want to see a minimum, whatever that number is, 30%, whatever that number is for you, and you can start building it like that. I mean, I don't know if Steve has one. I mean, I know he looks at in combination, but it's not just. I mean, he's got other things that he's looking at. Okay, maybe that's it. Unusual tech. Maybe he's got it. Okay, called the short squeeze. So you can take a look at that. But you understand how it's some of these things are fairly pretty simple to do if you just take the time. I always think that people should be able to do some of the more basic things rather than having to rely on me or anybody else. The reason being is that, what if I'm gone? What if I'm gone? Okay. Or, it's on the weekend and you want to create something. I mean, it's good to know some of the basic things so you can do this on your own. No, Frito-Lay, I know you asked the question last time, and I know I emphatically stated there is no automation of the AI, no automation of the AI, but there is automation the money machine. Now, if what Pepe is saying is that I think what he is saying is that maybe automation in the money machine of this, but remember now, the money machine is not available for live trading. It isn't. It isn't available. It's not available yet. They're still, testing, testing, testing. So here's what you can do. If you can hang around for 50, well, even less probably. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, is going to start it. Well, I have to make sure I ask the question. Yes. So you can ask the question of Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas. He will start a YouTube stream probably around 11:55. Okay, and we'll have the link for you, and you can ask him questions about that. Yeah, that's what he basically concentrates on. So it is not available outside of paper trading. Boy, this one I was looking at a potential short, but DXYZ, look at this thing moving now nicely on the 2 minute. On the Was there any news on this one? I don't even have a profile on it. This is this some kind of an ETF, like the Destiny Tech 100 Inc. It looks like this is more like an ETF. Not at 11:30. Not at 11:30. Try 11:55. Okay. Okay. And he does this well, not next Wednesday. I know they're off skiing next Wednesday, but typically Wednesdays between 12 and 1, again, the CEO starts a live stream, his own. So he doesn't take over my YouTube stream. He starts his own. So it's a great opportunity to ask him questions. I'm not saying you're going to get the answers you want, but you can ask him questions. So I have a question, thoughts about OKYO from our AI today. Hasn't moved really, has it? I mean, the original alert was at 239. It's a little bit underneath that. There was a reentry at 235. Just to explain the reentries, you see some of them have a reentry. So if a stock like this one, 239, it hit the stop, 232, and then it came, this is a very tight stop. If a stock hits the stop at any point during the day and then comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop, in this case 235, you will get a reentry price, but it still really hasn't moved. So I mean, that's all I can say about it. And the other thing is, look where it stalled. I mean, look where it could stall also. I mean, the high today was right 2.4. So you can see that there were two highs right around where it got to today. So that might be it. That might be it. I mean, unless it takes out 250. That's why I would not have taken this trade because of what I see looking left on the daily chart. So they invest in private companies. So it's actually not an ETF, William. Okay. And remember, if you have our AI, this is how I would follow it. Okay. Don't go to the channel. Way too much information coming at you. So this is all I would do. And how to get that up, click on new from the toolbar, and then see where it says I've got three that start off with premium AI. Pick that middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Maybe, yeah, maybe you're right, William. So pick the one that says premium AI strategy window. This is what you should see. You may have different column headers. The other thing I would do is when you load it, more than likely it's going to say profitable trades. So you're only going to see two. Uncheck it. One of the reasons is that you will never see the reentry because what it's looking at, it's saying, okay, if you only want to see the ones that are actually above the or in the money, well, you won't see these reentries. Hopefully that makes sense. And you should have the reentry price. I asked them to add the reentry price. So this is part of so you will see that. And remember, you can put a price alert or a sound alert, on your AI, just like you can put a sound alert on your alert windows. So again, right click, actions, click on the play sound, set up the sound, and you can have text to speech if you want. You can have your choice of a female voice or a male voice. Okay. Or you can go to use custom sound, click on that, and then you can click on select sound. 3 folders we have for you. Each folder has some sound alerts. So if I left click on click on the Mad Money, here are the sound alerts in Mad Money. So you could click on the gong, left click on the gong. I know these are a lot of steps, but it's all in the guide, okay? You open it, play it. If you like the sound it makes, you click on OK a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to the window that you started the exercise. Okay? MSGY, I don't know. But it's China or Hong Kong. Okay, so it's one of those typical, yeah, it's another one of these messy ones. Very messy. Seen this with a lot of the China stocks. Well, that's nice. Scroll 6688 trade ideas has been a game changer for me. I don't know how I traded without it. Well, that's how I feel. Also, that's from our YouTube room. Yeah, but another one of these nonsensical ones. No clue that this was going to happen. So I never would hold. I would never hold any of these China stocks overnight. But problem is, you could have been in it today and got nailed. And so if you're looking for news, there's no news, more than likely. Now it's opened. Where is it opened? Oh, under a dollar. Wow. All right. Where's Poe? Poe, are you calling Poe? Poe loves these little bounce plays. There you are. Poe, are you going to do it with the MSGY? Just got halted. Just got halted on the way up. A little 8-cent pop on the way up. Okay, let me go over this race here, guys. What time is it now? 11:19. So I certainly have time. And just the concept of racing and how you can set up your own races, of course, with your own set of parameters. So I am running a 4-minute race. So why 4 minutes? I don't know. I took 4 minutes a long time ago, and that's what I've stuck with. Okay, you can obviously adjust whatever time frame you want. And so this is not a hugely volatile race. AVT is at the top. It's only moved 0.25%. The other race that I have that I'm sharing, you'll see some stocks moving a lot more percentage wise. So you can have that race if you want. It's on my homepage. Well, let's just stick with this. Okay, so here's AVT. It's up 0.25%. If it remains the leader, then it will win the race. Now, what happens is automatically for you, a top 10 list is built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that VSAT has won 3 races, 2 for Intel, etc. Okay. In that other race that I have that I'm sharing, you will see some stocks that win races over and over and over again. Sometimes, you can see stocks that have won 10, 15, 20 races. So I do have that. It's a more volatile race. You can look at my homepage. It's the in the list of ones that I'm sharing. It's the second race down on the left-hand column, if you want. Well, let's just stick with this. So how you can use this. Now, you notice this is not a full list right now. What that means is, and I'm going to show you, that these are the only stocks that meet the filter requirements right now. But you see a couple are trying to come in. But I'll explain that also. So how you can use this, you don't have to, number one, wait for a race to be over for you to click on the symbol. If you see one right at the very top, here's Alm. This has been a very popular stock. Alm, not bad. It's breaking the whole number. And let's take a look left. Yeah, it's got room. I mean, 13. It's got some room. Still like to see the market on our side a little bit. It doesn't have to be pop. It doesn't have to be ripping higher, but just stop moving down. But this might not be too bad. All might not be too bad. 12.12, 12.15, the bid ask, not terrible. A little bit of a buy flag there. See how you can see how it was strong, blue, and then it just started to consolidate a little bit, turned orange, but now we're back to blue. So you can see if you took this one and then you put your stop, just around the 11.97 mark. See what happens. So that is how, so again, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race. You see anything in here, click on it, see what's happening. Just like I did with the ALM. Is this going to be a rocket ship, moving, it's up 9%. At the end of the day, is it going to be up 100%? No. But in a moment. But it might be something that's very, very steady. Okay, and this is sort of the beauty of this sort of race. If you're starting out, trading, this is not going to be a rocket ship. Any one of these, you're not going to see stocks that are really, really moving a great percentage amount. But because of the float, because of the market cap, and I'm going to show you what I mean. Because the question right now has to be, well, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? And if it's not, well, you should be asking that question. Why are these stocks showing up in this race? Now, the other thing I would do is any stock that's won a race, I would click on it, see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up, in your style. Here's the RK. I know I looked at this earlier. But maybe it gets closer and closer to the VWAP. And you watch it and see, okay, maybe does the VWAP act as support? But why are these stocks showing up? So here is the key. All races start from a top list window. So when I right click in the body of the race, open top list is one of the options. Okay. Well, why are these stocks showing up? Now watch, if I right click on the top list, launch real-time stock race. Okay. That's what I'm saying. All races start from a top list window. And you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. In this particular one, I right-click Configure, Summary. This is what I'm looking for. Stock has to be between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares minimum, up 2% from yesterday's close. Now, these filters right here are what preventing a lot of stocks to show up. The market cap has to, not so much this one, but the market cap has to be at least 500 million. Float has to be at least 50 million. But also, what I want to see are stocks that are near the high of the day. That 95 in the position in the days range, if I put 100 there, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So at 95%, that means it's pretty close to the high of the day. And that's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. So this is what I'm saying. You can create your own top list window with your set of parameters, and then you can launch the race on it. Now, the other thing is, notice this is not a static list. Stocks will come into this list and out of this list all day long, depending if they meet the filter requirements. Some days, this list can be very full. The other race that I've got that I'm sharing, this would be you'd see a full list of stocks. Doesn't mean this is bad though, because just means that these are larger cap stocks that are just not going to have the massive moves, but they could be very steady. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. So you could take this, and you could adjust it to your style. So if you have this, you say, well, you know what? I'd rather have it a little bit different. You click on the gear and you click on advanced, and here's how you can change everything or add something, or get rid of something or adjust these values, however, whatever you want to do, and then say okay, and then the race will be run on your set of parameters, assuming you want some kind of a large cap race. Okay. So if you have any questions, don't be shy. Well, let's see who wins this race. I mean, again, you're not going to see massive percentage moves. Now, you could also have a race on, biggest losers from the start of the race. You could have one that is moving down. And it makes sense, with what the market's doing right now. That probably a lot of stocks are not going to meet the filter requirements to be. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, we've got, see how the list expands and contracts. So again, I just want to make sure people understand what I'm talking about. So it doesn't mean that this is the only list of stocks now for the day. Okay. It just means that right now, as we speak, these are the only ones meeting the filter requirements. All right, guys, 11:28. So I have another, say, 25 minutes because normally Dan starts the his YouTube stream at about 5 minutes to 12 Eastern time. So when I get access, Pepe will probably beat me to it, I'm sure. When I get access to the link, his link, we'll put it in the room. I'll have to put it in YouTube too, okay? He doesn't take over my YouTube stream. He starts a new one. So again, the CEO of a Trade Ideas will start a stream at around probably, I'm going to say noon, but usually it's a little bit earlier, noon Eastern. And he usually goes to at least 1 o'clock, maybe a little later. Your opportunity to ask him questions. All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. So let's take a look at Intel. Now, you can also look at, the ones that have won before. And when I say check it out to see, what's happening, maybe Intel, I mean, we don't know until you click on it. It's actually still looks like it's almost at the high of the day still. Yeah, it looks like it's almost at the high of the day. But Intel could have been pulling back into the VWAP or maybe a moving average that you like. Okay. To see these stocks, they don't have to be at the high of the day. Oh, I should have, I completely forgot the key part of all this. Now, again, this is a very small list, but imagine if it were a lot long. All this list cares about is what stock is moving the most since the start of the race. Okay. That's all this cares about. What stock is moving? Imagine if they're a lot bigger. You know what I'll do? Ah, get rid of that. Just give me a moment. Give you something that has a little more meat in it. Okay, so I'm clicking on my homepage link, and now I'm going to go to the scan section, view the scans. I'm going to open this race. Okay, and this is what I mean. This is a lot more volatile. Now, this is what this list is based on. And look how, it's full, completely full, right? Because I don't have a market cap minimum, I don't have a float minimum, so this is completely full. So, again, all the race cares about is and it sort of takes about 30 seconds to get going, but now and this is what I mean. So, here's 1.6%, but you could see some big moves here, 5%, 10%, 20% sometimes, okay? So all it cares about is what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks since the race started, percentage wise. So in theory, it could be some stock that's let me kind of back up completely. Before we had races, the way a person, and you can still do it, okay? The way a person would use a top list window, it was to rank stocks. So if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day, based on your filters, a price range and minimum volume, etc. As long as you had the column header, which I do in this case, the C percent is the change from the close. I can double left click on it and that will rank the stocks. What stocks are up the most since yesterday's close? So feed is up the most, 112%, SLGB 62%, etc. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from the open, their opening trade of the day, SLGB, it's basically the same as the change from yesterday's close. So you can sort on any column header. If I wanted to see the stocks that have the biggest relative volume, there's feed 823. Okay, you can sort on any column header. Obviously, you have to have the column header. But I'll look at this one, change from the close. So if I go to the bottom here, and my minimum has to be at least 2.2%. Here's NAM as an example. People we're pretty used to NAM now. We've seen NAM quite a bit. What if NAM all of a sudden it's up 4% from yesterday's close? What if all of a sudden it just started to move? It's up 5%, 8%, 10%. How would you know that? But that's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether a stock is one of the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stock is moving the most percentage wise. That's all it cares about. So for those some of you, they don't care. Well, I don't want to see the stocks that are up the most. What about something that might be just starting to get going? Well, that's how you can use this race. In the same way here. I mean, this is just a large cap version of it. Okay, so that's the beauty of the race because otherwise, how would you know what stock in the race is moving the most? So again, you can have that race. This is the biggest gainer from the start of the race. And notice, 6 point. You'll never, well, never, rarely will you get something in this one that is up 6%. Now you might say, well, why would I want this race over that race when this is giving me the ones that are moving the most? Well, they're just more volatile. So if you're kind of new to trading, these can be a bit more of a challenge to trade because look at feed. The float is only a million. So I mean, these stocks can go up and down very very quickly. But it's up to you. If you want this race, you can have it. Okay, so there, that's it. So you have any questions about it? And that race, of course, you can also adjust it to whatever time frame or not. Well, you can adjust the time frame, of course, but maybe the price range that I've got. Maybe you don't want that. All you have to do is click on the gear, and you can make all sorts of adjustments. And click on the advanced. That's going to show you what it's looking for. But you can adjust all this, take some out, add some in, whatever you want to do. Why is this stopping? All right, guys, 11:37. So getting close to leaving for my break. I was looking to short this one earlier in the day, but this is EXTR. So this is turned around, EXTR. Remember, I was looking at this one as a potential short, but this is turned around now. I'm just looking at our AI, and yeah, I mean, again, nothing really standing out. I would probably be maybe watching this RGNX to see if it really starts to give it up again. Okay, it's under there was the alert to short at 11, and really start to watch it to see if it starts giving it up again. I mean, again, the company announced FDA placed a clinical hold on two of their drugs. Two of their drugs. Surprised it's not down more than 19%, especially with, it's not a huge float, 45 million. Now, at one point in the pre-market, it was down here. So it was down about 35% in the pre-market. Just give me a moment, guys. Well, I'm having a not a great day. I knocked myself out of the Alm. I went long Alm and I knocked myself out just as it dipped under 12. Which one did you use on what stock? Just out of curiosity, unusual. I'm going to stop going long anything right now because I just don't. I mean, I'm not saying that Alm is affected by the market, but I mean, I just like to see, maybe the market at least not go down. Doesn't have to be popping higher, but okay, feed. Let's take a look at feed. So the wave kept you in. Let's see what's happening here. So you're talking here, 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 and then right there you started getting out. Ah, already. So there's the link for okay. Thank you. As always, Pepe, thank you. So this is the link. Dan has not started yet, but this will be the link. Okay, that's the link to get into YouTube. Don't go now. Well, you could go now. And for YouTubers, but he hasn't started yet. But I guess if you wanted to go now, this is what you're going to see. Okay, this is what you're going to see. And so YouTubers will have to do the same thing. He's not taking over my YouTube stream. Okay, you have to go and click on that if you want to listen to the CEO of Trade Ideas. Usually starts about 5:2. So yeah, so I can see what you did. So I don't know when you got in, but you could help hold, and then right there is, obviously when it turned orange, right there is when if you didn't take everything out, I'd be certainly taking something out. And how about the BATL? Yeah, man, oh man. I mean, if you got in here, I mean, these can be a little more dicey because of the float. They're not quite as smooth, but yeah, I mean, you in theory should still be in the trade. If you're, I'm not saying you wouldn't have taken anything out, but you should still be in this trade. You mean total profit? You're not in anything, or you took some profit. So good. Yeah, I would. Yeah, because I mean, right here, I don't know when you got in, but right here is a little bit dicey. It's sort of flattening out. You're wondering, okay, which way is it really going to go? But yeah, there's no reason to get out of this trade right now. The only issue I have with it right now is you see how wide the wave is getting. It's easier to kind of stick in the trade when it's a little more narrow, and the what I find anyway, and the bottom of the bars are touching the top of the wave. Because as it starts expanding, you're going to get people, in theory, I think anyway, you're going to say, you know what, I better take some out because it's getting a little too parabolic. But if you've already taken some out, there's no reason to do that. So again, for those of you who are wondering what the heck we're talking about on the wave, if you want the wave on your charts, just let me know. Part of the standard service. I can show you quickly how you can have the wave on your charts. Okay, did it give you a little bit of, yeah, so you got in at 70 cents. Okay. Well, I always think about UPO on these catastrophic catastrophic failures. Not that you are a catastrophic failure. So here's another one that's halted, PCLA, halted on the way up. Well, look at that float. So this is a Japanese stock. Okay, that float super low and halted. Let's see where it could open. So here's I can't remember if I've shown this before or today. So this blue screen you see here is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So here's the symbol PCLA halted at 706. This column trying to tell you maybe where it could open. So if you're in this one right now, certainly you'd like to see a number greater than the 706. In this case, you're seeing that. And this doesn't mean it's going to open here. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open at 11:49 plus 50 seconds. And this number can fluctuate over the course of the 5 minutes. Well, let's see where, I mean, it's not giving you a big clue right now anyway. You know, it's halted at 93 cents, the MSGY, not giving you a big clue as to where it would open. Yeah, I'd love to see it open $1 for you or over $1 for you. Eat, okay, let's take a look at Eat from William. You know, I don't understand how that symbol came in like that. Okay, there's something going on because believe me, I was very careful about what anyway. EAT, okay. So it's out of my price range, but I'm interested to see what you're looking at. So how close is your 5.8 to the VWAP, just out of curiosity? Because here's the VWAP at 161, a little over 161. Oh, okay, so it's well below. Okay. Okay, for Poe. Ooh, well, I'd probably be dumping it. Well, I shouldn't say that. You do what you want to do. It certainly did not go above. You're in the 70s, right? You're in the 70s. Well, mRNO though was popping. As I remember, mRNO was popping in like here. I know it had a big move after hours, but I remember Obi mentioned this one, so it was already moving. Okay, and they actually did have some news. I thought I saw some news on it today, but this was already moving. So what can happen is these stocks that are already moving, certainly they if there's enough interest, they can certainly move after hours with no news. But well, if you're wondering why it was moving before news, I don't know. I mean, I can't answer that. If it had news, I'm trying to remember. I could have sworn I saw some news here when I was looking at it, but I can only go. Yeah, I can't. I'm sure I saw something. Well, of course, it depends on the type of news. Maybe it's earnings release. I mean, that would be an obvious one. If it's not that this one was, but a stock that pops after hours, it could be because of earnings. Okay, Paul, this one, what I'm going to do for you, I'm going to put a price alert just over $1 and see if we can induce it upwards. Yes. No, I know. I remember you talking about it yesterday, Obi. Started moving because it was an 80-cent stock. Oops, wrong one. It was an 80-cent stock or something, right? MRNO was under $1. I remember you mentioned it. And it was an 80 cent stock, and then it moved, and then it just continued after hours, obviously. Oh, sorry, William. Oops. Okay. How about up here? Nice move for you, though. Nice move. All right. Is Dan running yet? All right, guys. So he's getting set up. I don't think he's talking yet, but he's getting set up. So I'm going to take off now. Okay. So I put the link in. There it is again. If you want to head over and listen to Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas. So for those of you who are in YouTube, I put the above link is okay, and he'll start a stream. Okay. So I'm going to put myself on mute now, and I'm going to take a little longer break. We're on my break. Maybe before 1, but we'll see what happens. On a break back around 1 p.m. Okay. That's a big move for you. 205. Good for you, William. Okay, so I'm muting myself in both rooms now. All right, guys, I'm now back. And I see that NLR, so this is the uranium and nuclear energy ETF, is still probably the leading sector today. I noticed that SMR was making a nice little move over 20, briefly, anyway, in 1997, 1998. And yeah, somebody mentioned the the AAOI. You want to print this one out, guys. That is a beautiful wave. Okay, that is about the best wave you're going to get. Narrow, only I think only one piercing underneath. You know, the little bar underneath right there. Other than that, just a completely narrow wave, not really giving you any reason to get out of the trade. And that is AAOI. On a 5, obviously it's going to be the same. All right, Halliburton taking a bit of a hit, guys. Some volume coming into Halliburton. HAL, will this bounce? Let's take a look. The had earnings. Had earnings here, January 21st. No really big reaction. A little bit of reaction the following day, but the low is right there, 32.48. So about 50 cents to those lows. Will this bounce? Yeah, a little bit of a bounce. A little bit of a bounce now for Halliburton, HAL. You know, I have this one thumbnailed, the RGNX. I have it thumbnailed. I'm just, again, wondering. I mean, it's been kind of holding over the 11 mark nicely. It did get up to 1140, 1150. I'm just looking at some of the reentries, just absolutely nothing today. Nothing today on the reentries. I mean, there are some, but what I'm saying is that nothing has worked. Interesting day. This is what I'm talking about. So you look at all these reentries and then you compare the current price. Definitely not a good day for the AI. Boy, nice bounce for Halliburton, guys. HAL. Well, I don't think anybody expects them to be reducing rates today, Bo. I mean, I don't know what the probability, you know, how they have these sites to say the probability of a rate decrease. I doubt very much anybody's expecting a rate decrease today. It'll be more the presser at 2:30 about what the outlook is for the rest of the year or the next little while, in my opinion. Yeah, there you go, 97% saying no, no to any rate decrease. What are you quoting Dumb and Dumber? You're doing that, right, William? You're doing that. Or maybe you're not. Classic line in Dumb and Dumber. Anyway, let's take a look at some of these ones. ZGN is ZGN. Well, I am definitely, unless it's some cheap, low volatile or low float one, these larger cap stocks probably are not going to do that much until after 2:30. Well, it's not so much one day. It's just a 2 minute, 5 minute. I don't know if you want to call it a one day because I can go back and okay to previous day. So I know what you mean. It's just a intraday 2 and 5, and then weekly, daily, monthly. Poe, I thought about you because I saw that had been halted, and it got over $1 at one point. I did think about you, wondering if you held. Oh, good for you. I'm going to say if you got out at the over $1, so good for you because you got in around the 78 cent mark, right? That was a nice percentage gain for you. So again, it's not really one day, 2 minutes, one day, 5 minutes. I'm assuming Dan is done by now. So anybody ask questions that got answered? Oh, he's still talking, really? Oh, he's going way overtime. Okay. Thank you, Allie. All right. ALGM. Will the VWAP hold it? Will it act as support? Well, guys, again, the RGNX, it's got me really tempted to take a little bit. You put a stop at around the 11 level. Problem is, again, the spread is not great, 11.23, 11.31. I would have thought the spread would be tighter just to try to play a continuation of the bounce. All right. Well, some volume came into this one. LWLG. Look at the volume bar right there. Some volume came into LWLG. And this is shortable for me. Do I short this one on this pop for probably no reason? It's coming right into the high of yesterday, and then even if it gets through the high of yesterday, it has 4 to contend with. Problem is, where could it go? I mean, if it got down to 363 from 384, that'd be pretty good. But all right, guys. Well, listen, I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, you'll be at the top, of course. And here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Again, listen carefully. First month only for that discount. And it doesn't matter if you take it a standard or a premium service. Okay, the discounts apply to the 2 months, the 2 monthly plans, or the 2 annual plans. Well, I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and for those of you in YouTube, this is the other room, the trading room. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't get on the mics for both rooms until 9. So if you do want to partake in some pre-market action, you can come into this trading room. Again, it's open. Obi opens it. Thank you, Obi. Opens it at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. And I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I know it's FOMC, but I don't know if I'm going to hang around. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. So I may take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later, though, if there are questions. He's done now. Thank you, Ellie. But when I leave, William, I think, oh man, did you say that you were going to keep the room open till 3:45 again, or 3:50 or 3:55, or is your fiber done? 3:55ish. Okay. So even when I leave, William will keep the room open till 3:55. Okay. So there's that. In the education section, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, getting started with Trade Ideas right here. And there are 12 short videos, mandatory. This is the first thing you must do if you take out a subscription. And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Remember, the monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics if you're new to trading for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading. And one last thing, if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit past this section. Keep it simple. Get to Trade of the Week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be there. All right. Now, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm sharing, click on the scan section. So this is the information that I'm currently sharing. This is the large cap gainers is right up here. Okay. I showed you this other one, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is a more volatile race. Actually, 1.21% in this race is a lot. But in this race, you could get stocks up, 5, 10, 15%. So a lot more volatile. Movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside is here. Pre-market act is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Here's the halt resumes is over here, and some other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. I don't have them up and running though, but you can certainly take a look at them. So any questions about any of that information? Don't be shy. Any thoughts on Intel? Well, I know Intel was pretty active at the beginning, but you know, you're running into the FOMC. Okay, not that I think there's going to be massive moves on the SPY at 2 o'clock, but there could be some more action at 2:30, depending on what he says. So, I mean, it's still it's a big move. That's a big move. 10% with 4 billion in the float. But you know, it's been sliding a bit, but maybe starting to curl. Yeah, definitely a big move on. Okay, I'm trying to. When do I not chase? Never. So always, always. I do not chase. Always. How's that? There's a good. Well, never. You know, I never chase. You know, if I see it running away and just I just have to take a pass. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to keep going higher and higher and higher, but or whatever stock you're looking at. But I just have a rule that I'm not going to try to I'm not going to the fear of missing out, right? Okay, I'm not going to get into that. Well, if it's moving, but I don't mean, but it can't have already put on the big move. It's not a matter how much it's up. Okay, I mean, it's not going to be up 100%, but if it's kind of pulling back into an area or just kind of consolidating a bit and then it pops, I'll take it. Well, it becomes a candidate anyway. So it's not. So I will take a hot stock, but just not. I'm not going to chase it. That's all. And when you say predict a move, I mean, I just I have a certain bunch of requirements that have to be filled before I'll take a stock. Probably almost one of the most important ones is just looking left to see how much room it's got. Most of the things I see, of course, are going to be near the high or the low of the day. So I'm always then looking left to see, okay, where could it go before it hits that next high on the daily? Can't see it on the daily. So here, that's why I like the apps, this APLS earlier. I liked the APLS earlier. I ended up taking it, took a loss on it, and then it moved on, and then it moved. But it has been very choppy though. But why did I like it? Because when I looked left, look at all the room it had, $26, and I was in at whatever it was. I was in at just over 23. But you can see, there's the RGNX. Okay, I don't like that spread. I don't like that spread. I mean, it may not matter if it connects on a dollar, of course, but I'm not a big pullback player, Vito. I mean, I'm not a big pullback player. It would be more of a stock that is consolidating a little bit below the high of the day and then pops. That's probably my ideal situation. Not often, William. Normally, when I don't know if that's a serious question. Not often. I mean, there are times, but if I'm still here, obviously, if I'm still sitting at my at the desk, I will maybe take a look at something, but usually when I leave the room, usually I'm done. If something catches my eye, perhaps, but it probably maybe a price alert triggers, perhaps. But I'm usually done. Well, I'm not usually around after that. So how often do I trade post Fed? I'm not usually around. So I would say almost, well, I would say almost never. Well, I always wait 15 minutes, okay, before I take a trade. Always. I mean, virtually, I would say 99% of the time, I will wait at least 15 minutes before I even want to take a trade. I want to see things settling down a little. I understand I'll lose ones that are complete or start to move right off the bat and keep going. But I deal with that. I don't, it doesn't bother me that much. But obviously in the first hour, that is where the most action is. But then, we're always kind of looking for those stocks that had a lot of action in the first hour and then just rest and then maybe in the afternoon sometime. But it's not like I say, okay, I'm not going to trade between 10:30 and noon, or I take a break between 12 and 1. So typically, I have though, actually, William, asking your question, I have traded sometime between 12 and 1 when I'm on my break, depending on what I see. If I'm sitting at my desk still. Do I track my daily percentage returns on my account? No. Not that that's a bad idea, or I just don't. I've only had two trades today, though, guys, and they're both losses. Nothing major, but both losses. The Alm and the now Alm is starting to come back a little bit. And why did I like Alm? Well, if you look at it, I liked it. I think it was in this area here, but then it just thumped down. So I got out just as it got under 12. I was in around 12.10, got under 12, just under 12. I took myself out of the trade. But why did I like it? Because again, look left. Look at all the room it's got. 13 for a $12 stock. Not nobody's ever saying it's going to get there, but I just that's what I like to see. I don't know what a volume profile is, Vito, when you're talking about that. So I'm going to say no. Does TI do volume profile? Are you talking about those lines on the sideways lines on a chart? Yeah, no, we don't have that. I know what you mean. We don't have that. Did AAOI have news today? Not an earnings play. Has earnings coming up in February, so it's not an earnings play today. What a So that would have been the first time to take some profit. Really, depending where you got into AAOI, you kept riding and riding and riding. My guess, if I go to a 1 minute chart, my guess is going to a little bit of orange action, maybe. Yeah, just a little bit of orange action right there. So that would have been the first time, had I been in this trade, earlier, where I would have taken some profit right there, but not got out of everything. And then, and then, in this case, it did turn around. Imagine if you added 8 gigabytes to your brain pool. How much smoother your brain would work. Not really. I mean, after the fact, you look at this and go, "Wow." But I mean, there's nothing that would have said, would it keep going from here, from here, from here, from here. The only thing is, if you get in early enough, you just keep following the wave. That's all. So it's not so much, after the fact, it looks wow. I mean, great move. Why didn't I see it? But if you get in early enough, if for some reason you got into it down here, maybe there was something that you saw, anybody saw, and you got into it, then you just hang on. So it's not a matter of seeing it or knowing this was going to happen, though. I mean, I'd love to say, yeah, yeah, there's a scan that will show you that this was going to happen. I wish. Yeah, I'm just even looking at. I mean, you couldn't tell that was going to happen based on the daily chart for AAOI. I mean, it was just kind of chopping around. Was down 3 days, and then he had a little day yesterday. But there's no way I could have predicted that this was going to happen today. I'm looking at the sector. I mean, it's okay, optical communications, etc. But now, you know what, guys? I wonder if this has finally been improved. This is something I haven't talked about for a long, long time because it just it was very, first of all, clicking on the competitors tab was most of the time just giving me blank. It wasn't loading immediately. And so it was just giving me blank. But I mean, this is the idea though. Here are this what we call the electronic connector manufacturing sector. These are the stocks in it. Okay. So if you were looking, okay, I mean, here's the AAOI, Intel's in here. And you can sort it on the change from the close or the change from the open. And here are the worst ones. Here's Atom. Well, it's a cheap one. APH. Hasn't somebody been talking about APH? Isn't that an earnings play? Okay, so I'm hoping maybe in that this is finally, because I used to use this a bit. You look at you look at the competitors. You see, okay, here's AOI up 21%. Here's Intel, etc. Now, here is what you can also do. Okay, let's say you wanted to follow this sector, the electronic connector manufacturing sector. You wanted to follow this sector. So what you can do is you can pop this out. Watch. Right click. See where it says pop out? So here you are. Now this is a top list. Okay, this is a top list. So if you were interested in a hot sector of the day, or just a sector, a particular sector, could be the energy sector, could be, you know, but this right here. Now what you can do is you can start to configure it, because I mean there might be some stocks in here that have very little volume. So you could do things like, okay, so I mean your price is up to you. But let's make a minimum volume of, I don't know, 200K. Just start off with that. I don't care too much about the average 5 day. Let's take a look at what else we've got. So right now, the only thing is 200,000 shares. But you also might want, okay, but is the stock moving at all? So let's put a relative volume of say 2 in, and let's put a change from the close of at least 2%. A lot of these are going to be larger cap stocks. So see how we're building this? And you might, I mean, it's up to you. You might want to cap it at $100. That's what I'll do. Just, I'm going to cap it at $100. So now when I say okay, you see what's happened. I'm not saying I really have dramatically reduced the number of stocks that are in here. You don't have to do that. But now at least you're seeing the ones that are really moving in this one, in this particular sector. Okay. So here's the MCHP. Yeah, I'll show you how to do it again. So this is something, I mean, so in theory, if you wanted to follow this sector every single day, here's your top list for it, and you could just, and again, you don't have to whittle it down so much, but that would be the idea. So any sector you want to follow and you want to see the competitors within the sector. So this is what I did. Okay, let's take another sector. See, this is pretty broad. I mean, I don't know what feed's got to do. I mean, it doesn't even have. See, that was the problem I found. See that when I clicked on SMR, I didn't even get a sector. So let me do something else. Let me click on Microsoft, okay? Okay, so here's Microsoft. So this is, very broad information sector, very broad. I'd rather click on a bio. Let me click on, okay, so this is research and development in the physical engineering and life. Where's the bio? I need something that says bio. But how about Lily? Okay, this sector can be very active. Obviously, the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. So I'm going to click on the change from the close. So you can see that AIMD top one up 39%, pretty cheap. So if you wanted to follow something like this today or every day, so now what you do is you right click in it, and you see where it says pop out. You pop it out. So now it's popped out. Now here is where you can start to make all the adjustments you want. You want to put a minimum volume in or price range you want to follow, things like that. So if I wanted to do that, for me, I would. So if I wanted to follow, from $1 to $50, the volume has to be at least 200K. The relative volume has to be 2 at least, and maybe up 2% from the close. See how I'm building this? I'm going to get rid of this. Summary. So this is what I'd be looking for in this top list. I mean, I'm just, you of course can adjust it as you see fit. Now you see how you only get a few. That may not be what you want to do, but that's how you can then adjust the list, because there's a few stocks in here, and just see the ones that are doing the most in the course of the day, or the ones that are moving down the most. You just do the flip version of it. And then you could just save this or make it part of your layout if you want, if this is something you would want to follow every single day. Or, maybe on a day where you think the BIOS are, you may not want to follow this every day, but maybe on a day where you think for whatever reason the BIOS seem to be alive, if you've saved this to the cloud, you just bring it back. So then you can follow it. But I will say this is, well, it's improved immensely in terms of populating. Okay. Because there were many times where this would just be blank for a long time and then maybe you start to fill in. Now, the issue can still be, one of the problems was it all depends how these things are, how they're categorized. Because sometimes you'd see something that looked like, okay, research and development, and then you see a car company or, something completely not in the sector. No, I have no explanation for that. I don't think, and I think it was just a matter of the way somehow it was categorized. So if you remember the sector status channel, this is be like if you had this as a sector in that channel, and then you create your top list from it. RR, don't see it anywhere, so let's type it in. Yeah, I mean it's still down for the day. It's starting to come back though. I see what you're looking at. I mean it's getting over five yesterday, or the close of yesterday was up here at 550. AES pops on news. Okay, AES. Let's take a look at AES. Pops on news. Don't see the news. You're obviously your whatever the news is. You're. I don't. It hasn't hit IB yet. So rumors of a takeover or a buyout. Okay, has earnings coming up in the end of February. Just don't know why this happens. You'd still be in this trade, even taking some off right here. You'd be still in this trade and riding that wave. Well, I'm glad I didn't buy the ALM again, ALM again. It sort of teased over the 12 and dropped right back down below it. So SMR is up 5.3%. The ETF for it is up. It's NLR. So it's outperforming the sector a little bit. Okay, watch what I'm going to do here. First of all, I'm going to use Gemini. I remember who, was that you, Pepe, or somebody said, why don't you use Gemini to find the stocks that are in a certain sector? Hi, Gemini. Tell me the stocks that are in NLR, the ETF for uranium and nuclear energy.
Nuclear energy and uranium have been major themes recently, especially with the 2026 focus on powering AI data centers. If you're looking for the stocks inside these ETFs, you're looking at a mix of miners who dig up the fuel and utilities who run the reactors. Here's a break.
Okay, so I'm going to.
It sounds like you're weighing your options. Decide.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's really they've got it separated into the power plants, the new tech, which are like the OKLO and the SMR. But that's what you could do. So I have they have a list of stocks, and I would just make a symbol list, put it into a symbol list, and then take a top list, attach it to the top list, and then I could monitor it every day if I wanted to. Yeah, I almost took that StubHub. Yeah, I saw this StubHub last, how many days ago was that when I got up to 1663? But almost taking it doesn't count. Coming right into what I consider potential resistance. Now, this is shortable for me. So you look at this, look left, 15. Looks like 15 could block it. So that was the last winner right there, SMR. And you can see right here, look at AAOI. It won 13 races. That's, there's a great sign that, all right, you better follow me all day long. As it was running more and more races, AAOI. Also, AVT won 6 races. Let's see what's happening with that one. Is it finally, it doesn't look at all like AAOI, does it? Fine. It looks like finally it's going to start to drop. It's dropping already. Are we too late? 872. Yeah. 872. Yeah. Too late. No way. MSGY bouncing. Wow. Wow, 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 Poe. No kidding. 128 now. Well, halted at 127. Wow. Oh, that's a bounce. That is a percentage bounce from the lows. And if somebody's looking for news and why, well, it's just because there are a lot of Poes out there, you see, who look for these completely and utterly beaten up stocks and take a chance on a bit of a bounce. That's something else, though. I can't believe it. There are even shorts available. 11,000. And you won't find any news. You will not find any news on why this happened. You know, it's one of the China stocks, and we've seen this. I don't know. This might be the 10th one, maybe more, that have done something like this. Some are even worse, like starting from $40, getting down to one, just like that. OCG, I got to look at it. Yeah, William and the Finviz, what they say. All right, guys. Yeah, so 15 minutes. I'll put the SPY chart up. I mean, we might get a little gyration on the 1 minute SPY chart at sun. Hmm. You know, I tried to get the RGNX at, they wouldn't fill me at 11:32, so I backed off. But I'm not going to chase it now. Briefly, when you say watch the Fed, I just watch the SPY chart, RC. I don't watch. I like. If you're asking, first of all, it's just minutes. Okay. If you're talking about at 2:30, am I going to watch? No. So the minutes are at 2 o'clock, and that's just it'll come. But I don't watch. I've never watched the 2:30 press releases when or not or scrums. All right, Paul. Oh my goodness, MSGY. So it did pop up a little bit up to 131. Yeah, I let William always tells us what's going on. That is a great bounce. I mean, seriously, that is a great percentage bounce for the MSGY. I'd be so, well, you've got a dip on it, but boy, I'd be because that's a big run from the 70 cent mark up to 135 or whatever. That's a big run. No, it wasn't straight up, but yeah, Amazon announced those layoffs in the pre-mark. Well, I don't know when they announced them. It could have been yesterday, but yeah, we saw that in the pre-market. Amazon laying off what was it, 16,000? Yeah, cutting 16,000 jobs. And UPS chopping 30,000, basically citing also the whatever deal they have with Amazon is done, or maybe not 100% done, but definitely they're not going to get as much business. Yeah, it's amazing how many analysts this is all today, okay? Well, there's Stifel, there's Bank of America, there's Deutsche Bank, BMO, Truist, all with these price targets higher. UBS, I mean, Raymond. Well, Raymond James cut it. Stevens, so many. I mean, it makes sense. It's a widely followed stock, but Oppenheimer, Deutsche Bank. I think I mentioned that one. Just trying to see where it said they were going to. There we go. UPS to cut workforce by 30,000 as part of revamp. Has been working to right-size its business after reducing volumes from Amazon, which was once its largest customer. So, yeah, I mean, Amazon's got its own fleet of trucks, and okay, well, Poe, you may get your, but I'd be really, really, it's halted on the way down now. MSGY halted on the way down, potential open 111. Hey, Gemini, how many employees does UPS have?
As of January 2026, UPS employs approximately 490,000 people worldwide. However, that number is currently in flux due to major restructuring.
Oh,
According to recent reports,
490,000 and probably less now, 30,000 less. Sorry, guys. I know I had myself on mute for a bit there. I think I had a gigantic sneeze. Yeah, I could not see any news on the DXYZ. I saw initially how it was popping up, but I did not see any news on it. William, where do you think RG where's RGNX going to be tomorrow? Is that a nice recovery? I mean, especially if it closes near the high of the day. It might be really interesting, if it closes near the high of the day. Okay. So that is that one that was underneath. So you're talking the TIRX. Let's call it T-Rex. Now, this is the news, if we can believe it. Trading higher after the company announced it entered into an MOU with Swift Start, and the news I saw was that they were buying shares at 150. Right here, they will purchase shares at 150. So you might look at that and go, well, wait a minute, the stock is $1 right now. Why wouldn't I just take everything I own in this world and buy it? Because these guys are going to be buying it at 150. Don't do it. I'm kidding. Okay. But maybe this turns into a bit of the MNRO, or sorry, the MRNO. If it holds over $1, maybe it has a nice run. Maybe, who knows? Maybe after hours. Just the VWAP. The only I do use pre-market volume, W Harrison. Okay, so just today's VWAP. That's it. So if you're talking about maybe the discrepancy sometimes when you see the VWAP down here and on my chart, that's because the chart takes into account pre-market volume. Well, but the 2 minute and the five, I mean, it shouldn't make that much of a difference. I mean, in theory, it shouldn't make any difference. Well, it shouldn't make any difference. I mean, there might be a subtle difference, but here's my 5 minute. Look at the line right there is 77 cents, and the line right there, it's 77 cents. The line there is $10, $10. Okay, doesn't it shouldn't matter. The VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP of the day. All right, guys. Well, I'll put a SPY chart up, a 1 minute SPY chart up, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I doubt very much. Well, Could get a little bit of action, but I don't expect too. I expect more action at 2:30. All right, we have about 10 seconds. What you see ahead of it? Nothing really. Let's see what happens right at 2 o'clock when they release the minutes. And usually the first action is not. It usually takes about 3 minutes or so to settle on a direction. But again, because they're not going to reduce rates and certainly not going to up them, you wouldn't expect. I mean, it could be that the 3% that we're holding out. I think it's going to be at 2:30 when he gets asked, "Well, what do you think is going to happen in the next quarter or so?" So yeah, a little bit of a pop, and nothing because of anything that the market didn't expect. Okay, guys. So yeah, nothing really. Gonna get rid of it. Well, again, I think there will be more action at 2:30. Yeah, I mean, when he comes out and gives his idea about what might happen in the next quarter, and he's going to field questions from reporters. I think you'll probably get more. And you're right. You're right, William. They look at pieces of the statement, even though it's just minutes, and try to decipher something. All right, is this bounce worthy, guys? It's gone parabolic on the way down. UPWK. It's got still some room. 1990 is the next low, but will this turn into a bounce worthy stock? UPWK, very parabolic on the way down. You can see how the top of the bar is not contacting the bottom of the wave. Missing the action? Well, I've got my 5 minute, so I do see, yeah. Another one that looks a little bit like the UPWK there. I mean, nothing similar about them in terms of sector, but yeah, look at this one. Another one moving down like this. Oh boy, that TIRX. Should I take a mini gamble with it? Well, it's a dollar. It's not a penny. It's 100 pennies. It's just that I don't think the market believes this. I mean, that, this company is gonna buy a bunch of shares at $1.50. $80 million. I mean, I don't wanna, but, they do confirm it. Ah, here's your outward intent. Confirm strategic investment intent. Express its intention to pursue its intention. So hasn't done it. Well, I read this morning that, there were no plans for, what did I see here? Yeah, there were no big plans for rate cuts. Give me a moment. So most FOMC members appear to be in no rush to ease policy further. The labor market, though softening, et cetera, isn't flashing up urgent warnings, et cetera. Gives policymakers time to figure out what they want to do and set the stage for 2026. Yeah, so I don't. Yeah, it's not like there have any absolute plan to reduce rates. I mean, it obviously could happen, but that's what I was reading. But that was in pre-market, so market knew that. Okay, MSGY just got halted on the way down again. I'd be careful, Poe, but you know what you're doing. I'd be careful. I know you're looking maybe to take it at one. Boy, this TIRX though, it has got me intrigued. The longer it holds one, William, when you went to school, did the teacher have to turn your desk around and put you in the corner? All right, guys. Well, it is 2:09 now. So I think I will take off. I mean, I might hang around just personally just to see what happens at 2:30, but I think I'll take off out of the room. So thanks for all the help, as always, all day long. And for those of you in YouTube, if there is anybody left, you can head over to the main room. I just put my homepage link in. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, those of you in YouTube, and scroll down a bit, whoops, scroll down a bit, and here is the trading room. You can come into that room. The room will be open until 3:55-ish, okay? But I do have to shut YouTube down. So I'll keep my display, my layout up and running until William shuts the room. So thanks for all the help all day long, and the main room will be open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and I'll get on the mic both rooms at 9 o'clock. So, okay, for those 13 people,